This is metal. Mess that up. Mental Body 19. Context and longevity agreements. I feel like I've been waiting a year to do this video. Let's start it off with this. I want to become a yoga teacher, and I don't want to be crippled when I'm older. Let's just start it off with that. So I thought the giant clever trick in my brain was to go, I'll become a 45-year-old yoga teacher, and maybe I'll put a magical image in my brain that when I'm 80, I'm a martial arts instructor. And that way, I'm like 38 right now. That way, as I go through my 40s and 50s and 60s, I don't age. That way, when I go through my 40s and 50s and 60s, I actually change my body and I change the whole outcome of where I would have naturally steered toward because of the general populace agreement. It is normal for somebody when they're 40 to go, we're done. We're done with life. Maybe I'll like go run or go work out. But if I establish a long-term goal that when I'm 80, I'm a black belt martial arts instructor, therefore I'm still just like a student, right? But still, like when I'm an 80-year-old woman, that way I immediately set a new filter in my mind that reconstructs every way I think about my body, about how I move my body in life, about what my body is for, about how I approach my daily activities. It changes and it reconstructed every single thing. Like, what's the food I'm going to put in my body? Like, I'm going to go be an 80-year-old martial arts instructor. It also reframed my perspective on what's important in my life. So that's where this mental body began. Now let's see what it is transformed into. So I had this joke once upon a time, and I sent it to Elijah when I was living with Star. And it was two lemons and they were talking to each other. It was a father lemon and it was a son lemon. It was talking food. And it goes, son, if somebody wants to make lemonade out of you, you better run. All right, so now we're going to go back to a few weeks ago. I'm making Marshall Mathers' glitter wand, Archangel Lucifer's glitter wand. And there was this lemon-colored, like gross, wet, soaking, soppy washcloth that was in the street. And I picked it up and I put it on my stick, my walking stick that I do all my like weird ninja training with. So immediately Lucifer comes through and goes, I am a lemon. And I thought it was brilliant because it's the first level of self-reduction where nobody else can attack you because you're not good. I am a lemon. And then the punchline is, and nobody's going to make lemonade out of me. And I thought that was even better because it was like, yes, I suck, but I'm better than everybody else. Let's say that again. I am a lemon, and nobody can make lemonade out of me. Brilliant. Brilliant. Nobody is going to make lemonade out of my jokes in life. They're not going to take what I give them. Like, what I give them is not crap. Period. They're not going to take what I give them and have to make lemonade out of it. How insulting is that? That's your first sign of ascended mastery. Nobody is going to make lemonade out of me. All right, so let's begin. We have it's scripted now. I go through these notes and it's like 4 hours into it, I'm still writing out our entire class. And that's good. It's not just like one-liner notes where I'm going to do a diatribe. I am 38 years old. Now do yours. Do a reality check agreement with yourself. Okay? I'm 38 years old. I know some people are crying. Some people are realizing they missed their baby timeline. Or some people are realizing that it's like really old for them to lose weight. Some people, I need to start a new career. They have horror stories in their brains, narratives that are like strangling and crushing them and killing their soul. So I'm 38 years old. I have really instilled healthy lifestyle habits for the last 20 years. I have like liver cleanses, solid. Good food, solid. Exercise daily or weekly, solid. The way I drink water, solid. Cleaning, solid. I also have like going to classes, dance, circus, just dabbling in new beginning, solid. So like I have a set program in my reality matrix that is, there it is. I do not have to grow in this bubble paradigm. But it also kept me limited to where I'm at now. So all of my patterns is only where I have gotten to today. And now I want to bring in all this new stuff. And it's like, and I don't know how. Because they weren't in my paradigm for the last 20 years. I also had a very solid mental discipline training practice. Solid meditation practice, and I was always going to Kabbalah classes or the mystery school classes or the Mayan lineage classes or I'm going to go to this healer and learn this, or I'm going to read this book and do this, and I'm going to go to the crystal shop and learn 5 new crystals and experiment with more magic and etc. So I have a solid practice. Okay. I'm 38 years old. Let's go back to this. So whatever was in the past is nothing. That's just my cube that I get to sit on today. And that's how we all feel. Like our whatever lifestyle pattern we ever had is only what we're gonna, it's our cushion. I have a future. I want a future. For the first time, I'm like not being beaten to death by Brooke and Star all day long. Like, I have a potential future, at least. Like, I might be battling the cabal, and that's okay. But my brain is not being terrorized or attacked all day long. We're in Ravenclaw. We're beginning to really heal our schizophrenia. Like, our psychic guides are starting to make really clear sense. They're concise and accurate and pinpointing, or they're not troublesome at all. Maybe you're still getting the shadow ground feedback. Maybe you're still dealing with other people's shadows. The point is that we have futures. I am an intelligent seraphim or a hashmalim. If I'm watching this video, probably. And I am 100% responsible at this space for my daily expenditure of energy. As a seraphim or a hashmalim, I am not allowed to look at, like, what were the dreams I did not manifest? Or what were the services that I did not secure? Or what were the security angles I did not put footholds or, like, levers against? So I'm not allowed to have those excuses in my life as a seraphim or a hashmalim. So if I can't jump like Misty Copeland, like, that's my fault. I'm not allowed to use my age or my training or my background as an excuse at all. My job, if I have a desire to jump like Misty Copeland, is to learn how to do that or get off the pot and stop playing a mental diagram in my brain that will only continue to do this. Be soul crushing. So you'll have, like, you're not allowed to soul crush yourself. Let me say that again. There are things in your brain that you're not allowed, like, you're allowed to fail. But you're not allowed to, like, not try and then continue to stab yourself. Ever. You're supposed to be, at the worst, like Eddie Eagle. Did you watch that movie for Hode? It was on the Hode list. Eddie the Eagle. He was the bad guy that was the Olympic ski jumper. And he went in as the complete fool underdog. At the worst, at a minimum, you are required to do that instead of nothing. And that's the level of Ascended Master for a Seraphim or Hashmalim. And those are in our weak zones in life. Ooh, let's say that again. Those are at our weak zones in life. So, like, I may have a goal. Let's do this again. I may have a goal to be in a Wes Anderson movie as an actress, but my strength is writing. It's like punch. As an Ascended Master, that's the reality. I may have a goal to sing like Whitney Houston, but my strength will be to compose. And at the worst, I will have to show up like Eddie the Eagle instead of stab. It will never go away. They're soul thought forms in our body. This is why Kali has 5,000 arms. Do you understand? All right. So let's revisit this. I am an intelligent seraphim or a hashmalim. And so therefore, I am 100% responsible of how I expend my daily energy. If you are an Olympic athlete or a billionaire, it is the same rule. I am 100% responsible for how I expend my thoughts, my breath, my food intake, my calories, my metabolism, how I bathe, how I do my prayers, how I clean. I am 100% responsible for how I expend my daily energy. It is at that point that I am required to optimize the productivity of my daily schedule. Let's say this again. I am required to have a good to-do list and to master calendars and schedules. I am required to figure out what I want to do and how to do it to the highest maximum output gain for the best and most quality input work. Let's say that again. I am required to put in the highest level of quality work forward and try to achieve the maximum results from it. So there are these factors in my decision-making process of what I do every day, all day long. Am I going to do my Ravenclaw genetics or my A&R work? So that's a first question. And which ones am I going to do? And which dragons am I going to do? And which frequencies do I need to do? And how do I qualify which is the most important? And how much time do I have to spend in this versus this? And what are the different layers of the Ravenclaw genetics that I do have to do? Do I need to do the children, or do I need to do Jake Sully? Do I need to do the dragons, or do I need to do myself, or do I need to do Kelly? And how much time am I gonna put to the Ravenclaw classes? So that's what it feels like in my brain. So we need a mental body for it. You know? So here's... This is the ultimate class because everything operates under specific contexts. And you also have to include, and then disinclude, and then re-include longevity. Because many times people are long-term planners and their short-term actions it might mismatch with their long-term agenda. And then they never accomplish what they wanted to accomplish ever. And then sometimes, so we understand how that works. Sometimes you're really good at a homework assignment that takes 10 minutes, and you're really bad at a homework assignment that takes 3 months. So with Kelly and I, because the A&R work is like 30 years out, so when we put that in our brain, it like, I die. How do we make it important to make sure we do our 3 hours at least of A&R work a day when we know we have it for 30 years? And then to not drag it on for 40 years. How do we create that as a part of our lifestyle? That's like genius. And there are way more mature ways to do it other than pure survival. But that's what we're feeding off of right now. All right, so let's move forward. How do I choose to spend my day? If you're in Ravenclaw, this is the first and best question for infinity. How many books am I gonna read? But we have to think of it on a daily level. Let's say that again. Every day it's like we're walking into a new world almost every single day, but it's also the same world. Let's say that again. The grids on the planet change so severely it feels like a new world every day. But it also feels like Groundhog Day. Because you might have changed this much, and everybody else changed this much, or this, or this much. And that's the life of an ascended master. Your brain growth, exponential and ginormous, and there's none. You might be overhearing conversations of things that you learned like 10 or 20 years ago, and it's like new age millennials jerking off thinking that they're super smart and entitled. And you're like, I'm in Ravenclaw. And I'm not even allowed, I can't, am I even allowed to say that to them? Or are they going to hurt me? Like, this is the endless. So, how I choose to spend my day. This is perhaps one of the more important mental bodies. Everything I do and think is about how I choose to spend my day. Because we're above the wheel, we believe in essential productivity, linearism, because we're all left brain, definitely at the least. We all passed HODE, so we know we're not allowed to override HODE. We still wake up every day and we still have to have a schedule and we have to be grounded and pragmatic in the real world. Okay, so we're not just because we're witches or ascended masters doesn't mean that we have no schedule that we follow every single minute. We just make it more type A and more quality. Quality. All right. How do I choose to spend my day? Say this again. How do I choose to spend my day? For that, what is the context I am currently operating under? Okay, so let's review that statement. I know how I want to spend my day, and then I know what the day provides for me. And if it's a death threat and an open fire sticker, or people placing death threats meant at me, so that changes how I want to choose to spend my day. Okay? So there are things that life wants to throw at you I have to step on an arson fire today. I have to tag the FBI in 50 different posts. Oh, I just ran past 3 Epsteins and it triggered all of my spiritual psychic neurosis. And I know that there are 3 implants in my face. So I have to do another FBI post. And then my brain goes, ah. And so you understand context, like context for how you want to choose your day is relevant 100%. And we're going to have to accommodate for the 911 triage, emergency, hostage, adrenaline running versions of our life. Because we're just going to have to learn how to bring that in as a norm. Let me say that again. We don't feed off of drama, so we just have to prepare for it and then normalize it to take the drama or the edge off. And then we have to override the insanity of it and then push forward and then accommodate into new higher levels of intelligence, because we are going to be ascended masters instead of victims always being reactive towards everything in existence. All right, so here's my short-term life is 911, triage, or I'm a hostage. The Royals cut down another tree to make a death threat against me. Or I'm seeing bird limbs that are Ravenclaw, or we're gonna cut off your arm, or we're gonna cut off your hands, or we're gonna chop your feet off, or we're gonna do this, or yeah. So like I'm always in the state of like incoming adrenaline rush, push, and then I have to offset it. Period. We open fire sticker here, open fire sticker here, open fire sticker here. Okay. So that's just the short term. So how do I want to choose to spend my day when I know I'm in an insecure triage situation? And then I have to go, how do I want to choose to spend my day in the long term? Like I wasted so I have a long-term assessment of how I spend my day, and I have a short-term assessment of how I spend my day. In the last 2 years, my short-term 911 triage was like star stabbing me or trying to possess my body, like I was battling the mind flayer in the astral planes, okay? So I had a set program on how to battle star, and that became part of my daily productive routine. And it no longer, like, it took the wear and tear off of my body because it was a daily battle that I was going to face every single day. And all my work was part of my daily program, including my A&R work and my opening gritting. Long term, everything flows under the bus. Let me say that again. I lived in a short-term context of 911 triage for the last couple years. Let me say that again. I did not live in my long-term analysis on a daily level, especially going through Gaberua and then everything post Gaberua since. So I look at my life in the long term and I go, I wasted 10 years not doing my yoga, and I wasted 10 years not reading. And then I realized that's because for the last 10 years, I lived in a short-term fallacy bubble. I still had very healthy long-term habits, but it was still under a fallacy bubble that I did not have to prepare till I was 50, 60, 70, 80. Let me say that again. My brain did not compute the eternal long run or the 100-year out long run. And so where I knew I was wise as a 30-year-old or as a 25-year-old taking a Kabbalah class and establishing healthy meditation practices, I did not think about when I was 40, I would regret not doing yoga physically every day. I did not compute that in my logical analysis. And so I missed 15 years of physical, red ray, Gabriel, good, healthy, established ground exercise. I did, however, walk 5 miles a day. So I have that a lot. Okay. Are we starting to understand our delusions? So now that I'm 40, when I wish my body was strong. I wish I felt better in my body. I wish my body was stronger. I wish my bones didn't feel as brittle, especially after going through Gabriel. I wish I had a better reading vocabulary. I also wish I had more books to reference. There are things in my I wish I had pile, and it really comes from not reading enough and not doing physical yoga. Okay. Hermione in real life. I want to spend all day in the library, but in reality, everyone wants to kill me, so I have to be flexible and accommodating. She's grounded 911. That's grounded 911 living. So if you watch all the Harry Potter series, you know that Hermione just wants to be reading all day, reading and investigating. But in her everyday reality, it's a 911, 911, 911. Everybody wants to kill her or attack her or Harry, like. And so she's living in a short-term bubble of survival. But she's super, how do I be flexible and accountable while I'm in those 911 spaces? Where I turn 50 or 60 and then I look like an ascended master instead of a chicken with its head cut off. So how do I stay grounded and humble when everyone just wants to kill me? Because that's the level. Physically. That's the level. Gabriel. I have a really sad story. Sad in like a regret story. I used to lay my yoga mat out on my fake wood floor in my apartment in Hollywood. And I would get the nerve to do like my beginning Kundalini yoga exercises. And Charlie would come through and go, you should do this every day. My dragon Charlie would go every day. You should be on this yoga mat every day. And I would go and I would do a wall sit, and Charlie would show up and go every day. He would just say, do it every day. It was yoga or wall sits. The things I do the least in life, but I'm okay at. All Charlie wants, and this is my brick, my Gabriel dragon. This is Drogon, okay? You need to understand the context. And I was a nut job because I thought if I calmed down my brain to do it every day, that I wouldn't, like, I would lose something. I was able to meditate, but if I did my yoga, it was a loss instead of a gain. Okay, so that's the first delusion. Like, where's the loss? Like, there would have been no actual loss, but my brain could not compute what was going on. And it didn't matter if Charlie was like the stick going every day. So that's why it's a sad, depressing story, because 10 years later, I look back and I really wish I had listened. So we're gonna get into that. We all have those things in our life, and we think of them like, oh, this is gonna be my New Year's resolution for the year. This is pathetic. So we're gonna establish our Ascended Master version way of how to do this. Looking back, what do I regret not doing daily? And I need you to take a minute and think about this. Being honest and thoughtful is mandatory. Looking back, what do I regret not doing daily? You should write it down. These are your wounds. So for me, it's yoga, like an Ashtanga yoga practice daily. like a real one. Push-ups. Like pull-ups. Handstand push-ups and pull-ups are really in my... You think it's not important until you're 40 and your body's fragile. Like a 20-year-old in shape girl doesn't think about when they're 40 that they wish they had been doing upper body strength workout for 20 years. Until they talk to a 40-year-old woman and they're like, I absolutely required that. The things that I would... In the spiritual world, oh, it's not important that my body is, yeah, well, that's a lie. So I wish I had better muscular build on my body instead of like my cardio's okay. It's the muscular build. I also wish I had done a little bit more wall sitting, a little bit more plies. My meditation and my eating was good. So it wasn't the food. It wasn't the detoxing. I could do another liver cleanse, but like I'm okay. What do I regret not doing daily? Teeth, like flossing. That's my big one. Maybe brushing my teeth twice a day or 3 times a day, mandatory. Yeah. My teeth are okay. I wish I had flossed every single day. There are things as you get older. We're talking about longevity agreements. We're not teenagers. And if you are a teenager and you're a Ravenclaw, you should have these things down. Period. You should be smart enough and wise enough, if you're in Ravenclaw, to look at me and go, absolutely not. I will be better. And be my alpha. Please be my alpha. We're going to look at things on an emotional level. So those are our physical. I wish I had spent more of my life being outrageous and courageous and speaking up. Spent most of my life as a wallflower. Let me say that again. Most of my life was me going, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And doing everything for free. To the point at the expense of my own life. Overworked, underpaid everywhere. I had the wisdom and intelligence of an elite mathematician who could appropriate the highest levels of spiritual knowledge into practical daily living, and I didn't even have the balls to speak to anybody about anything. I did not have the courage to assert truth. I wish I had been more courageous speaking up. My whole life just vanished before me to the point where I starved myself to be able to speak. I lived in a prison where I was not able to speak truthfully to anybody at all. It took me teaching Kabbalah to begin. I can start here. I can assert an inch of truth to that person, and then a foot of truth to that next crew, and then I can go this far with the next crew, and then I can go harder. And then I end up starving myself, because then I went balls out. I'm absolutely courageous. I'm absolutely able and willing to speak my truth. I would rather die than be stuck in this prison. I have answers and intelligence. Period. I have logic and thought pattern analysis. That is better than mediocre. I wish I had been more courageous, speaking up. Every woman on this planet has that issue. I know it. I know it for a fact. And it's not about their trite criticisms. It's more about their actual ability to problem solve. That's where they're having the issue. I am just the pathetic, desperate secretary in What Women Want, and my boss will fire me if I give him the real answers to any of his issues. Because it rubs him the wrong way and it challenges his authority. Frankly, it doesn't matter if I make $30,000 a year. I have the answers to almost every single thing that he has issue with, but he is too stubborn. So I have cleverly devised ways by just posting a already pre-written conversation on Facebook so that everybody can read it. So mine's actually truth, but you can use that same tactic. Here is our fake conversation, Mr. Boss. Period. Knowing that you will stifle or shortchange me for any actual ability to change anything in a productive manner or capacity. Yep. So, I wish I had been more courageous speaking up. In the truth, in philosophy, just general philosophy, in the sharing of ideological thought, in bold pattern recognition. I see this person is like this, and I see this person is like this, and I see this person is like that. I'm not allowed to say that. Like that was the level. Oh my God. I wish I had the courage, and this is my biggest issue, of speaking up about where the actual bars were. Let's say that again. Everybody exists at a bar here, and the mathematical bar is up there. And because the social norm was to accept an agreement that the bar was down here of social behavior or patterning or empathy or I'm not allowed to say that it's up there. That is insane. They will kill me to assert that bar. Or to not just assert that bar, just speak up for the actual mathematical truth of it, the evidential truth. How dare I to tell somebody the actual standard required to produce a miracle or to teleport or to just get Jesus's love or forgiveness is up there. And everybody thinks it's down here because that's what they want to put forward in their life. How dare I? They will kill me. Baba G. Baba G is my best friend because his bar's up there and he believes in bars that are up there. That's why setting the bar of 7th house Netzach was really actually easy. 7th house Netzach, that's just Baba G. I wish I had been more courageous speaking up about Jesus's actual teachings versus spiritual capitalism. When I say spiritual capitalism, this is what Brooke and Star are. This is what Goodney is. This is what Tony Robbins is at like the Hode level. Oh, the low Hode level. Hay House. Like, we're gonna give you very, very minute, watered down teachings, and we're gonna make money, a lot of money off of it. Versus Jesus's actual teachings don't reflect them or their behavior patterns at all. The idea to approve of homelessness, an actual charity of actually giving away things, just the idea of that level of spiritual thought was beyond everybody. The idea that you would go to a beach and starve for 40 days just to do a real fast was beyond all of them. No, we're gonna charge $11,000 for dimensional mastery. We're all gonna pretend that we're teleporting, but it's all in our brain and we're all psychos. But Star's a millionaire and she's blessed by the Christ. And nobody's teleporting. I wonder why. Jesus' actual teachings and Krishna's actual teachings, let's talk about that. You're not allowed to eat a cow. There are reasons for that. I'm not allowed to hurt a tree. I'm paper. I better have recycled. Everything is better be recycled. Everything. Oh my God. I'm not allowed to rip a leaf off of a tree. Okay, so like that is Baba G's level of teaching. The bar is up there. Versus spiritual capitalism. The idea of starving for a whale is like nothing at that level. And that's the actual reality in the spiritual world. That's the actual reality. But for everybody else, they're so ego-centered. The idea that they'd have to starve for a whale is like, you're crazy. And so I'm not even allowed to talk about it because it's so off-putting to their entire paradigm. They'll kill me. The idea that I would assert a mathematical karma or carbon footprint. It's just Mother Earth. It's also the universe. But the fact that I would state it, I'm going to state the mathematical algorithm to even be able to pass a house level. That's another bullet to my brain. I wish I had been more courageous speaking up when I was young. I wish I had learned from an early age. It would have changed my whole reality. If I had been like Greta as a child where I didn't look like Lilith, like a rebellious, angsty teenager who was too smart to even go to school. Being 3 years ahead in math is just boring, so I'm just not even gonna try. Let me say that again. I wish I had been more empowered and educated in my own self to speak courageously and with poise. Facts, data, philosophy, idealistic thought, contrary value systems. I wish I was educated and empowered to even debate, and I wasn't. How to fight with my words in a really profound way. Period. It would have changed my whole life. As I taught Kabbalah and found the courage to take the hits. So like, I say something to my student, they want to punch me. Or they don't want to pay me. Or they're going to leave. Or they're going to punish me in some way because of what I'm communicating. So as I practiced in my teaching of Kabbalah, taking that over and over and over, I gained slowly the ability to move forward. Because I was no longer afraid of rejection or punishment from them. But boy, are you going to take it. Let me say that again. You will take punishment. You will learn to let go of the outcome. All right, we're going to start on daily life. These are soul wounds. And it doesn't matter how masterful you get or how high up the tree you climb. If you do not know how to look back at your life and find your gaping soul wounds, you will never move forward. Daily life. What do I require to do daily? So I'm going to wake up in the morning. What do I have to do today? And it's not just today. Okay, let's go back. What do I have to do every day? Or on a regular basis? Okay? What do I require to do daily? Next. What are my goals? See how one question begets the next? Okay. What do I require to do daily? And what are my goals? Like, why would I do that daily? They should match by now. A little bit. All right. What am I currently doing daily? Like right now, I'm like currently in triage with Chris online, or Eris. We'll call him Eris. What else am I doing daily? I'm doing Ravenclaw genetics. Like I'm also like dodging the PSYOPs cameras. Ah. I'm also reporting evidence to the FBI on my Facebook every day. So what am I currently doing daily? And then I'm going for my walk if I can. Now I'm starting to add in a run. So I'm like sprinting a couple miles. So now my body repair is different. My schedule is different. So my brain neurosis is different. The whole thing is awful. All right. So what am I currently doing daily? So we have A&R work, Ravenclaw classes, walking and writing. So that should be my everyday. Then what are my goals? So like I have now established a new daily pattern and I have to go, is this right? Even in the beginning of Ravenclaw, you haven't even installed this mental body yet. I know you're there. You have not mastered anything. So I have dreams. I have dreams. The idea that I'm in like A&R 911 or like what Ravenclaw am I going to get? What Ravenclaw class am I going to get up for today before I get shot? So that if I reincarnate, like at least some people have my class and my knowledge. Like which one did I get posted just in case? I have dreams. Like I need to go for my walk. I have dreams. Okay. I'm going to go back to this so I'm in my mundane dailies. I have dreams. I have Ravenclaw class list to fill out and up. So I have I have 500 of those sections of Ravenclaw classes to do a video for, including mental bodies and towers to build. I have Ravenclaw classes and I have A&R work. And both of these are survivals. Let me say that again. If we do not get these Ravenclaw classes built, the world does not move forward. Let me say that again. We are the apex astral human thought on the planet. Whatever Ravenclaw classes get built, if it does not get built, we do not move forward in society on this existence matrix. So every Ravenclaw class that gets built and put up is survival. Every A&R work page that gets written is forward progress, is survival. Oops. That's like a mic drop right there. So you see how it is I need to do that Ravenclaw class. I need to do the A&R work. I need to do the Ravenclaw class. I need to do the A&R. It's survival. All right, that sucks. I have dreams. I have these horror movies. Like I would like to take my survival needs and then turn it into butter, like cream into butter. Right? I want to become masterful. I have dreams. I want to turn my horror work into movies. Instead of just like one-on-one classes, now I am writing an Oscar script because I already know that most of my videos are way more intelligent than most of the movies out there. I have dreams. I know I should be writing for Aaron Sorkin. He already told me to write the Dow movie. At least in the astroplanes. So I should be harnessing my intelligence into art in an artful capacity. So now I'm not in like survival mode. Now I'm in art mode. It's birthing a new creativity. I have dreams, so that's one of them. My next dream is music composition. What? What? Where did that came from heaven? Where did that come from? When you're in Ravenclaw, you have big dreams because you're smart. So I don't compose music, but I have a great taste in music and I can hear everything. I can hear 50 layers in every single song. I can hear all the instruments and the layers. It's like tasting good food. You can taste all the 50 spices. I can hear all the music. I can see their vibrations. I can also download psychically Odessa's instruction. Let me say that again. I dream in music and I want to write it down. Okay, so I have dreams. I am 38 years old and I want to write movies. I want to write all of my Ravenclaw or script stuff into movies and good television. It's fine. Not just fine, it's excellent. A good HBO show is wonderful. And then the music. And then we go, oh my God, I am 38 years old. Body. So I have 2 outlets in my art. And then I go my body. And then we go back to this. I'm a 40-year-old yoga teacher. 45-year-old yoga teacher. So that gives me 7 years to get my Ashtanga certifications. 7 years to do it. And I got to start today. And then I can break it down in small bits. But I don't really, we'll see. Point made. If I do my daily yoga at 45, it makes it easy. Because I don't look at it like, oh, I need to go get my, yeah. And then 80-year-old martial arts teacher. Oh my God, my dreams are like my whole new reality. So these are tangible goals. Let me say that. Oh my God. I'm not a delusional psychopath thinking I'm going to be a spiritual teacher on this planet. Trying to make money as a spiritual teacher. That's stupid. Let me say why. Because I'm in Ravenclaw. And I already learned at Tiferet I shouldn't be charging for anything. I should be intelligent enough to use my divinity. In the professional world, like a shining star. And nothing less. I'm not allowed to go a lifestyle coach. Are you a muggle? If I am a witch, I am a music composer, or I am a doctor. Or I am a bodyguard, martial artist. Or I'm a trained military professional. Or I work for the FBI. I'm going to say this. None of you guys are even teleporting. So none of you guys should be doing anything for any money ever. Period. You should be cleaning houses and working as a recruiting coordinator like I did, or something of that value if you need to exercise your magical gifts. If you are very magical, you should have no problem receiving higher levels of education in the arts and sciences. Even computer science. Ravenclaw is pro computer science. 100%. We're not pro tech. We are responsible tech. We are 100% tech knowledgeable and friendly. We are 100% left brain, but we are not bound to tech because we've passed NetSoc, period. All right. In Ravenclaw, we're also pro-medical. We're also pro-lawyers. like, does your left brain work? Okay. So if I have to write professional scripts and I am the master high priestess on this planet, then you guys have to. Period. How do I fit? Oh, wait, a yoga instructor. That's acceptable. I'm going to go be a fitness coach. A PE teacher. I'm going to do martial arts entrainment. Teach people how to self-defense classes. See how that's a physical skill that can be measured? Okay. How do I fit my dreams into my life schedule? So I have my daily schedule. And then I have my dreams. Oh, God. And I know that as long as I'm not achieving my dreams or working towards my dreams, I'm always hurting myself. Let me say that again. Every single day, I am hitting this is what I'm doing to myself. Every single time I don't move forward into my dreams section, I am hurting myself. Now, some of you are like, no, I have children and I have like dreams of like spending quality time with my children, etc. So you just add that in. My dream is that I'll be able to keep my children alive through an ascension mathematically. Right now, I am struggling to keep my nieces alive mathematically. So how do I fit that into my dreams? How do I fit my dreams into my life schedule? It will not manifest organically on its own. Let me say that again. I have gone to the bottom of hell. I have cleaned out the clippeth with Kelly. We spent 2 years doing that. We're like doing a full circle on the existence of life for infinity. Never have my dreams manifested organically on their own. It always only required actual force, get up. Actual wake up, get up. Actual ego break, you have to do it this way. It is not the way you naturally do it. You have to retrain your body and your brain. It always required actual schedule. I have to fit it in here. I have to fit it in here. I have to make sure I make a mandatory time and get it done. Period. It always required actual enforcement accountability. Let me say that again. If I do not hold myself accountable for my daily activity and enforce it, it will not manifest. Let me say that again. If I do not hold myself accountable and actually enforce it, my work, actually enforce my work into my schedule, it will not organically manifest on its own. It never has, and it never will. Ever. 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 You will never learn teleportation unless you do all the other work required to even get there. You will never write a script for Aaron Sorkin ever unless you have... Okay, so we're going to talk about breaking things down. All right. The point is that when we have a pain point, we like to go, we'll let it organically take care of itself, and that never gets taken care of. So it is like, it is like breaking a heroin level drug addiction. If it's not in our current genome body pattern, it will require the force, commitment, and attitude that is as similar as breaking a heroin level drug addiction. Let me say that again. If I am 50 pounds overweight and I have not made a life pattern choice in my genome to walk 5 miles a day and eat 100% appropriately, it will require the level of commitment and energy that is similar to breaking a heroin level drug addiction. So any of these big, bad life changes just to achieve your dream, your fantasy of heaven, you're like the level of commitment and energy similar to breaking a heroin level addiction. It will never manifest via yin. Let me say that again. I, Kali, Isis, am the master of the black ray on this planet. It will never manifest via yin ever. Ever. God is not answering your prayers. You might answer your own prayers. If they're small prayers, they might get answered in a weird way, and then you realize like it was just not a real thing. It happened by spiritual coincidence, and then it turned into a giant bizarro like explosion, and you thought it was magical, and you told your brain that God just gave it to you. Like, just no. Okay, so that's like I don't actually know what I'm doing, and then I just pretend that what God did in front of me is exactly what I pretended to do. Okay. So we all understand that level of magic. All right. The Ascended Master is not allowed to live like that. Ever. Ever. We don't delude ourselves. All right. I need you to understand this. This is what this class looked like. Right? And then I had to actually turn it into this. All right, so we don't delude ourselves ever. And then I still have the backside here, okay? So just, yeah. So like this Kabbalah class is like the scrap for what we would really produce down the road. Like we would rewatch it and we would find the best golden nuggets, and then we would create a very good solid structure after that. And that would be the excellent Kabbalah class for a more established populace. Yeah. All right, the yoga mat. We're going to talk about setting up spaces for success. So, I'm a rich dude, and I know I want to go lose weight, and I don't want to go to the gym, and I'm going to buy an exercise bike, and I'm going to put it in my home. And I'm just going to keep it there in front of the TV. And then it never gets, nobody is ever going to use it. Like, there are tricks that we have in our brain that are crazy. That's a crazy trick. Oh my God. I do things like buying books, and I buy the book and I set it on my, okay, so like I set up my space to be able to do that thing, and I still don't do it. So we have to get rid of that delusion. That's an issue. So those are setting up spaces for success fallacy demons. So we need to go through and we need to like review all of the things that we do in life. All right, so my first one is, right now I have like a set of mosaics that are just sprawled out because I want to do the darkroom mosaics for the sacred aura work. And I can't find it in my brain to add that into my daily schedule. Okay, so that's stupid. It's stupid that it's just sitting out. The next one is I have my yoga mat. I used to keep my yoga mat laid out because if I kept it laid out, I would use it. It's the same as the exercise bike. So it's dumb. That's dumb. Okay. The next is like, let me look at my altar. Is my altar set up for like weird stuff? My altar is kind of neutral. Okay, so like my altar is just my altar. Maybe like moons. It used to be set up for moon ceremonies. Like I would line the candles up. That if I bought all my candles ahead of time, months out, I would do it every single month. Wrong answer. So there are things that like we buy in bulk mentality at Costco, and then we think that that's going to change our entire life, and then it just makes it more a horror movie. So there are things that we need to like reprogram in our brain about scheduling patterns that don't operate off of bulk ideologies or success fallacies. What else? Like, if I don't buy bad, like if I buy the good food, I only buy specific food and I keep it in my fridge. So that one I have found works a little bit better because it's just about access. Like when I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night and I want a snack, it's just what is in my home currently. Like I'm not going to put groceries in my cart that I'm going to allow myself to eat in the middle of the night. Stuff like that. So there are things that you set yourself up for success, and you have to review if it was useful or not. That might not be useful for people. That might be very useful for people. So it depends. Maybe restraint, like, why did that work? Why does it work when I I only have access to be able to eat that food? Maybe it's because it's a reductive level. Like I'm not allowed, like I can't have any, there's no other food here. So maybe it's about creating the minimum pain point issue. So how do I just said it. It's creating the minimum pain point or finding the minimum pain point. So how do I trick myself to look at my yoga mat like it's a less pain point to do my yoga every day than to not do my yoga every day? And then I go, how do I make sure that I'm getting an hour in for Sorkin writing a day, right? And how do I make sure that that is my appropriate pain point? It's less painful to do it than it is on a daily basis. Let me say that again. It's not about my soul fantasy. It's not about my soul pain. It is about my daily, practical, actual physical pain. So how do I make sure that me writing my pages for Aaron Sorkin a day is a less pain point than not writing those pages a day? So that's part of our setting up our spaces for success. So that's a brain space. So if I put my Dow notebook at my bed, and I know that I already watched the House of Raziel 911 security video, and I already have my bed set up to be able to offset any spy stuff. Yeah. So we have that issue cleared and out of our way. So now I have my notebook and I have my pen. Now how do I make sure what's my pain point for why I'm not going to do it? I get downloads every day. So I have to okay. So when we're setting up these spaces for success, first we have to look at all of our excuses. Oh my God. And there's so many. We're going to go over really weird excuses. How do I be a pregnant yoga teacher? So I'm 38. I have a future ahead of me. Maybe I'm going to have kids. And I just set up my 45-year-old yoga teacher. So now I have to think I want to get in really good shape and do all of that. So now I have to I have to add the pregnancy component to being a professional yogi. Okay, so that's my first excuse, right? That's just an excuse. It's an excuse. The next excuse is I'm being chased daily. I have 500 stalkers because I'm a Ravenclaw and I have a public persona. And they all know I'm in Ravenclaw and they're all dropping smint for me, right? So daily I'm being chased. I have no safe space to live in on this planet. That's another excuse. Next, I am a rape victim. This can go with, I just went through 2 years of knife rape, torture, cleaning out a clippeth. Or I'm an actual rape victim. Or I have an injured body. Or I have an injured brain. Okay. That's a real thing. It's still an excuse. So these are I'm not joking. These are the excuses that we have in our brains that prevent us from doing what we would like to do. And if we're ascended masters, the idea that we would collapse beneath the weight of our victim is bizarro, because we were supposed to pass warrior training and that we were going to be slaughtered at all expense to ourselves. And we're not allowed to be victims. So even I have an injured mind, or I have an injured, an ascended master doesn't succumb to that. That's insanity. That's an insanity space. That's a lost ascended master. Period. All right. So we have these these are these are excuses. These would be my top 3 excuses. I'm injured for the day. I'm not safe. to think about the idea that I'd have kids physically. Like, what would be the physical toll on my body? And that's a psychological weird space. All right, there's self-talk that we also have. So we have our excuses section, and then we have our self-talk section. I am too old. I'm too lazy. That's not my thing. I'm too weak. I'm too physically weak. Or like I'm too too passive. I'm too weak as a personality. I'm too fat. Is like I'm not even in shape enough to go to the gym. We have that. I am too stupid or too ignorant. I have that already. I am too stupid or ignorant surrounding my music that I won't even begin my music. Let me say that again. And I'm hearing from this person, fallacy, but that is the self-talk in my brain. For a while, I had I'm too stupid or too ignorant to write scripts. And that was also an issue in my brain. So we have our excuses and we have our self-talk. Do you see where it just implodes? Like everything implodes. That's the sabotage. From that space, it is mandatory that we're going to set up magical images. Let me. They are magic. Let me say why. They bypass the neurosis and the need to control. It overrides the self-delusions that are all up in your space. Okay, so in Kabbalah, like the magical image is a young woman crowned and throned, right? So we have magical images in Kabbalah just for each Sephiroth. For CHESED, it's the philosopher king. Okay? There are magical images. My first magical image. Pregnant mommy and me yoga. Every single self-sabotage around my body and my age and maybe I'll have children just goes away. Gone. Just gone. You see how it's a magical image? So if I'm against having children, or I'm like the idea that I'd be a mom is crazy. The way to offset it, if it would ever get in my way, would be that pregnant mommy and me yoga. And then it could be pregnant mommy and me ballet also. The next magical image was me as an 80-year-old woman doing martial arts and stick training a bunch of young men, period. Because me looking at myself at the age of 80, so firmly rooted into the ground that nobody can move my entire body, and I can stick train, and I'm hyper shrewd. That is an empowerment image, and it it offsets any ideas that I've taken like 5 martial arts classes in my life, and I am now 38 and I'm way too old to even begin. At the age of 80 is a realistic scenario where I can be that. Period. It's a magical image that bypasses the self-negation or self-sabotage. Let me say that again. It's a magical image that bypasses the self-negation or self-sabotage. So I already know my excuses and I already know my self-talk. I'm too old and I'm too weak to be a martial artist. But if I look at myself, I can be an 80-year-old woman and be a martial artist. And now my excuses are irrelevant and my self-talk is now limited to nothing. Because that image of me being an 80-year-old woman is more important than the narcissism in my brain. And believe me, in Ravenclaw, we still have all of it. Period. All right. The next is scripts. Okay, so for my scripts, what I did was break it down into vision boards, and then I built website pages for every single script. And now I'm also reviewing, like, I did the point, the strategy point for why I'd even write that script from an Archangel Kamael standpoint, why this script would be required for me to spend my time and energy in. Like, what is the purpose, gain, or goal that this script has to offer the planet from Archangel Kamael's strategy? So there is that. The next is then now I have an artful conversation with Odessa. What is the value of this script as an artwork piece? Because I went to art school, I know there is a difference between a logical strategy point and the artful point. You would never do a piece of art. There's a difference between graphic design and fine art. And you would never create a movie without the fine art component. But for me, I would never do the movie without both. Ever. So I would go and make a public conversation on Facebook. Why would I even do this movie? What's the point of this movie? Is it even of value to other people? But what is its artistic purpose? What am I going to achieve? What's the voice? What's the point of even beginning? And if I can't get to the point, then I'm like, if it's not something I believe in, then I can't invest. I mean, I can invest, but it's like dumb. When it's something I believe in and I understand, I can put all my energy behind it. I can engage. I can sell. I don't even need to sell. The conversations are selling. Forward momentum. So my magical image is like, now I have a magical image. I'm handing the actual scripts to Aaron Sorkin for his first draft review. I wrote the actual script and now I'm giving it to him so he can shit on it and then edit it. Or just throw it away and go, B. Period. The point is, I have a magic, like this is my real energy direction. The next, okay, so this is my hard one, is the music. Where do I even begin? Because I'm starting from zero. I barely know how to read music. Let me say that again. I barely know how to read music. When I was in high school, I had to actually go in and break down Moonlight Sonata and write down all the keys and then memorize it by hand because I can't read music. But I have a great memory, and I have wonderful muscle memory, and I play with the soul. I have auditory and muscle memory. So where do I even begin when I'm going to compose music? Because I have to learn how to write it. So then I go, I'm going to look at my playlist. The music I listen to every day. I'm going to go over, like, what would I be composing? And then I think about music lessons. And I think about friends that are in music and connections and how do I even begin? Because it's such it's a foreign, like, oh no, I have so much, like I'm so far behind. I have 50,000 hours in Kabbalah and I have about 1,000 hours in piano this lifetime. That's okay. So, maybe I can find non-ego books. So ego-friendly books, things that look beginnery and like look kind of fun. And that's the way we do it. Like, how do I write a song? How do I read music in just simple non-ego books? And then as I start to break down it into just tangible, small activity, it loses its control over my neurological system. So now I'm actually embedded in the idea of I am going to begin to compose instead of I am now like stuck in a fear prison where my like neurosis only gets in the way. The next question is, can I play my favorite song? How do I get the sheet music to my favorite song from my favorite composer? And then is, can I rewrite my favorite song? And then can I do like a reprise or edit of my favorite song? Can I alter some of the musics that I like and I already know that I don't like certain parts of those music? So there are things that you start to think about, and then you're like, I'm now in. So I have now, like if I think about rewriting some of my favorite songs, now I am in. And so I think about Pitch Perfect, and I think about the girl, the mousy woman, who like does the mixes on the computer, and I go, I know that's not really my magical image, but it kind of is. But can I rewrite and do a reprise to my favorite song? And that is tangible. Let me say that again. It is tangible. So now I'm no longer going, I am grasping. Yeah, I'm not grasping for anything. It's just there. Let me say that again. I'm not grasping for anything. It's just there. So we're going to minimize our schizophrenia. That's the point of Ravenclaw. All right. So now I have my magical images. I should do like a vision board or just have them, or like a painting or a mosaic of like, I have four. I like simple. I have four simple magical images. I have one where I'm handing Aaron Sorkin scripts. Two, where I'm rewriting the song. Three, oh no, where I'm the 80-year-old martial artist. Four, where I am the mommy and me pregnant yoga teacher. That's it. Anything more than that, psycho. Anything else in addition can come in, like this could be going on at Hogwarts, or we can be on our farm. Like, that's not my concern. My main concern is this right now. Those are like situational and environmental, like that would be A plus. That would be best. All right. We're going to talk about long-term review. So, magical images, swipe, long-term review. 40 to 50 years out. Then we go 40 to 100 years out. Practical daily living. 40 to 50 years out. Okay, so my magical images fit at a 40 to 50 years out. And then 40 to 50 or 40 to 100 years out, I should be definitely doing it on a farm that's like a Hogwarts. So then I can add that one in there. Look at your goals in different time segments. If your short-term goals is not the same as your long-term goals, there is a disease in the brain. Does my current goal list... Oh, yeah, so does my current goal list and daily activity match? I hear no to everybody. Yeah. I know. I starved to death because of that. That's why I'm teaching free Kabbalah. Period. Does my current goal list and daily activity match? So we're going to do what we can, and we're going to move forward little bits at a time. Maybe if I have a goal list and I only have 2 hours to put into that goal list, that's important. So I do A&R work because that's my survival. I have to do 8 hours of really awful work a day at a survival level. So I understand that. And I have to find a way to put in my yoga. I have to find a way to put in my martial arts. I have to find a way to put in my writing. Period. For some people, the A&R work is their spiritual practice. And that's beautiful. For me, my A&R work was If I do not do it, I will be stabbed to death. Short-term review. Okay. So we have our long-term goals or our dreams. We did our long-term review. 40 to 50 years out, yay. 40 to 100 years out, yay. And then you go short-term review. What if I am shot tomorrow? And then the whole thing implodes. Because I'm an ascended master, I am now a target. The governments are actually against us, and we're planning on killing us. We are not protected, we are not funded, and we are not serviced by them in any capacity. And we are possibly able to get through to the FBI. So if I am killed or shot tomorrow, okay. What did I get done today? This is important. If I am shot or killed tomorrow, what did I get done today to set me up for progress for my next incarnation? Let me say that again. I know I'm incarnating next lifetime. I have done nothing but prove that reincarnation exists. I have found people like Elijah. It was Osiris. We have proven it for over 10 years. I know that reincarnation exists. I know I will reincarnate into this planet. It will be the same planet. And I know that I should set myself up to reincarnate into a better world. So what did I get done today that is going to make sure that if I get shot tomorrow, my life is better anyway? If I am shot or killed tomorrow. The next one is if I am disfigured or wounded. They shoot my arm off. They throw acid in my face. So I'm not going to put all my money in the fact that I'm an actress and I have to look nice. I'm not even going to put all my money into the fact that I'm going to do A&R work all day long because they're trying to cut off my arm to prevent me from doing A&R work all day long. The next is if I am captured or kidnapped and sold into slavery through the black market. These are real issues. So I have to think about these three things. And then I feel like my dreams just fall away. And I go back to my survival mode. So this is life. I'm a white person in a Western civilized country. This is life for a lot of people. If I was in China, this was definitely my life. So I need to make sure I'm actually living by this. Now I'm going to reset my daily goals or lifestyle habits. All right, so if I am killed, period. My mandatory agreements are I am making sure my classes get done every day. Ravenclaw classes get built every day. A&R pages get done every day. And Ophanim work gets done every day. And that's mandatory. That's my daily schedule. No matter what. So if I'm shot or killed tomorrow, if I did those things, I will wake up in a better world. And all of a sudden, it's okay. My life is okay. If I am disfigured or wounded, all right, so they cut off my arm. I'm no longer able to do A&R pages. I have two lips. I can write scripts and I can teach classes and I can compose music. Period. They're going to chop off my hands. I will still compose music and I have a million classes to teach. Everything is coming from my head or above. I'm also, period. You have to think like an ascended master. If I am captured or kidnapped and then sold into the black market in human trafficking, which they've already threatened to do, I have oathening work, I have dragon egg work, and I have memory games, and more classes to teach. I have a flexible work reality program that no matter what the outcome is, under worst case scenario paradigms, that I am productive and moving forward. I will do my opening work no matter what. I will sit in freezing water at the White Well and do opening work. So I will also be tortured doing opening work. I will be doing dragon egg work. I go on 5-mile runs and I was forced to learn how to do dragon egg gridding work. No matter what, my brain and my energy and my chi body will be moving forward and doing work. We will be building Ravenclaw no matter what on this planet, and I will reincarnate into a new, better reality. And that is a mandatory self-mastery space. Period. I can opening grid when I am drunk. I can opening grid when I am high. They have made all of these threats on my person physically already. Know that. Back up longevity intelligence. I'm hearing from somebody that Joe Biden is an enemy of the state, and I agree. Period. It is at this current point, when I look at this, now I view why I did not integrate yoga or push-ups into my life, because I was continuously living in 911 yin. Let me say that again. I did not integrate yoga or push-ups into my life because I was living in a 911 yin. That meant everything I did was basically purely just to survive. Literally. Every job I took was to survive. Every food I ate was pretty much to survive. There were emotional eating here and there. But the idea that I would put forward yoga and then put forward pull-ups or push-ups, that was not in my that's not in my 911 category of life. doing my meditation was in my 911, and doing my energy gridding and making sure that I could master my chi was in my 911. Like there were, everything in my life paradigm was in that 911. I do have walking. That no matter what, I was still walking every day. Star would be stabbing me daily and I would be in so much pain. I would be grabbing my crotch, pulling literally etheric knives from myself because of what Star was doing daily. And I was in extreme pain and misery, and I would still walk 5 miles a day. So there were things that I was not going to let anything control my reality. So like as I walked, I would process everything. So if I am kidnapped or killed, why would I do yoga or a push-up today? So this is my biggest issue. So this is what I'm going to say to myself as I get up. If I am kidnapped because I am in Ravenclaw as an ascended master, if I am shot, or if I am killed, why would I do yoga or a push-up today? And my logical brain cannot come up with a good answer. So that is the identified yin script in my mind. At the base of all things, if I am killed or shot today, why would I do it? So I know I'm living in that short term instead of the long term. And how do I change that? How do I find my point? I can find the point for writing a script. I'll write the Tao. I would rather get shot writing the Tao and handing 3 pages that are done to Aaron Sorkin from my dead body. Okay? I would rather be in that space. But I can't find it in me to go do my yoga practice. I don't want to get shot doing my yoga. I am living out of need, which is the root chakra, instead of want, which is the sacral chakra. We know that. So how do I get, am I allowed to do, I go back to the 45-year-old yoga pregnant instructor, the yoga teacher, and then I go to the 80-year-old martial arts woman. And I go back to those magical images. And I go, if I get shot, like, am I able to emotionally invest in those images? And I think about them and I put them on the Sephiroth, like a Sephiroth, the tree of life, right? So we have like the young woman crowned and throned. That came from another lifetime. So I kind of insert that as a magical image. Maybe that's an eternal magical image. That I'm still responsible to adhere to those magical images because they're Kabbalah law, than to succumb to the idea that I would be stopped just because somebody wants to shoot me. Period. All right. It's depressing, but it's better than the fraud. I would rather it be depressing in the reality than the ideal happy and then the fraud. We have to trick our minds to accept like the horror movie in front of us. And we have to be wise and we have to have our wits. Simple. A police officer or an FBI agent or a military professional doesn't get to go, well, what if I lose my limb? I don't want to do my exercises for today. They don't get to do that. So the idea that I would do that is kind of stupid also. They don't do that. So we just invest anyway. And the idea that I could be an 80-year-old martial arts teacher with one arm is highly relevant. Like, that's not the issue, is it? It's the, how do I get out of my survival mode in a daily capacity? And how do I rise above it? And that's the more important component. All right, next section. Let's wipe that out. Context and self-reduction life review. Okay. So we kind of just gauged the importance of like what longevity planning would be, short-term or longevity planning. But we haven't really established context. We kind of did, like situational context, but we didn't do it on like a soul level. I'm going to reevaluate my life now based off of new contexts that are appropriate for where I live today. And it happened after my hunger strike. And it definitely happened after 2 years of cleaning the Klipith. So my new context of my reality is this. I am nothing. I matter to almost nobody. I was starved to death and disenfranchised by every single community I belonged to. I was isolated, tortured, and basically murdered. Okay, so that's the real context that I have to accept. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, all of it. I am literally nothing. So now I have to go back and I have to review like what is important to me. There are people on this planet, all over this planet, that are in this space, actually. Where they have no friends, they have no family, and they have been only isolated and tortured out of existence. And if they've gone through Gaybara, or if they're in Ravenclaw, Like, they might live outside of and completely outside of a human norm and just be nothing and alone. From that space, what is important to me? Instead of what my family wanted me to do or what I was trying to gain acceptance, or like, I'm going to go be famous. Like, I don't care about being famous. I care about handing, or like my ego says, hand Aaron Sorkin the Dow. That's my positive ego, because I would actually like to do that. There's a reward there, especially when I'm nothing. Because I am nothing. So what is important to me? Who is important to me from this space? So immediately I have my like, so what is important to me? So education, making sure that I reincarnate into a better world, freeing people, getting rid of karma, freeing the whales, making sure that the planet Earth is going to live. Okay, so there are things that are important, even if I'm nothing. I still have to reincarnate. Gross. I have to reincarnate. Like, what? Onto this planet. Okay, so there are still like it doesn't matter that I was starved or tortured or murdered, like none of those things, but I am definitely nothing. None of those things matter. I might wake up in China and then I'm not even allowed to pray. So I definitely have the Tao written. So who's important to me? My dragons. Ooh, Jake Sully can't pass Gaber this lifetime. So what? I still have to do all his A&R work. He's still my sponsor dragon. I don't take it personally. I have to get his work done because the next incarnation, he's going to be in the same situation. The law. I'm going to have to see him again. Gross. I'm going to have to meet Lucifer again. Better have Lucifer's paperwork done. So, like, these are liberation tactics. Who else is important to me? Odessa, Rava, the fairies. Spirit is definitely important. My archangel nieces, no matter what, if they get kidnapped and tortured to death, God forbid, scream. I'm always in the eternal scream painting. If they get murdered, I still will see them next lifetime. They are absolutely forever important to me. They are still Archangel Ratziel and Archangel Haniel in the next lifetime. Like, the memory of old wasted friends is still important. So I like friends that were kind of friends. They were kind of family. Yeah, those people. So goals and dreams, still of creating or co-creating art, and through that healing. All right, let's say that as again. I am literally nothing. I've been starved, disenfranchised, isolated, tortured, and basically murdered by all my communities that I existed in. I am literally nothing. What is important to me and who is important to goals and dreams of creating or co-creating art. And through that, healing. And that's where Wes Anderson popped up. So there's our big who's important to me from there. So Wes Anderson might not have been there for me or through me, or was my friend ever in the future, past. It doesn't matter. He has now popped on my plate as he is important to me, just like handing scripts over to Aaron Sorkin. And why? Because it is from the abyss that Wes Anderson can take the craziest of human norms and create catharsis. From that space, he is the most attractive person to co-create with on this planet. And I would rather work with him and for him than anything. So that came through. So that's the porch sitting movie manifested when I was in the horror zone dealing with Elijah. We have to throw Elijah on a porch. It's gotten so bad. And we're going to turn that into a Wes Anderson movie. So how do I make new friends? So fuck the old. Seriously. I have been starved, disenfranchised, isolated, and tortured out of every community I was in. So now it's time to make new friends. So here pops up Wes Anderson and also Chris Voss. And there comes the Coffee Black Show. Both of these, this movie and this TV show, were about co-creating, but how to co-create out of the deepest horrors levels of existence and cope and move forward out of spaces that are impossible. All right. So Guillermo del Toro came through and goes, what about me? I don't even want to do the movies because I wasn't one of the first two that pop up. So that's a different type of healing. So the first two are like the crazy emotional healing pieces of artwork that are like, how do I break through all my... How do I break through my logic? Or get past my humanitarian breaking points. So like those would be like the whole premise to those pieces of artwork. Like the next step is the Guillermo series that I have, the Archangel series, as a strategy. As like a soul oomph. That's a different level of healing. First we have triage. Like how do we even begin to move forward from the abstraction point? And then we have the, how do I go to war? They're not the same. So the Tao is in that how to go to war component. All right. Don't take it personally. Next. All right. So we figured out like it is at my reevaluated context that new people pop forward. New pathways, new answers from the deepest recesses of horror in my existence. All right, so let's say let's put it in the other context. So I can still do those if my arms get chopped off. Okay, so we all know I can still write without hands. if I get kidnapped or captured, who is then important? Like God. God and my dragons and the FBI and all the magics I have going for them. Let me say that again. God, my dragons, and my magics. So I make sure that those are taken care of. I hear from the FBI, the human trafficking component of the FBI. That's like a new section or like a different section. Yeah. All right. So we have that. Okay. So who is important to me? So like the FBI were never important to me before, but they're important to me now. So they've come through. Let me say that again. I overlooked an entire component of reality. Like I always thought they were kind of important, but they're really important now. And you build bridges out of the blue. And an ascended master should be that like that's like life. That's life. Okay. So that would have been a section written down if I had thought about it, but I didn't. The context and life review shapes all future art and creation. And it's really co-creation. I'm going to say this again. Porch sitting came out of me and Kelly throwing Elijah on a porch and then asking Wes Anderson to make that funny. It is a co-creation. It is not. And then we have Lucifer coming in and pissing on Elijah all day long. Okay? And then we have Isla coming in and making fun of it. It is a co-creation. The idea that I would do Coffee Black without Chris Voss is insane. And then to do it without Chris Pratt is even weirder because he was the one on the cover of that show. Whether he's going to act or direct or write, I don't care. But it was a co-creation in the astral planes at the least. And he'll still be there in the astral planes writing it every day. I know it because I hear him every day and it doesn't go away. That show should also include the FBI and a co-creation there because it's law enforcement study. How to gain intelligence through watching a specific television show is Colorad's mantra. And then how to write a television show so people would gain intelligence, we're going to learn. Okay. So context and life review shapes all future art and creation or co-creation. Let me say this again. I am not investing my time or energy into any like non-contextualized art. I'm not going to care about people who want to make a vampire movie based on a whim. That is low, obsolete level of existence. They're making vampire and zombie movies because they are vampires and zombies. How many different levels of vampires and zombies do we need to continue to watch? How many billions of dollars are we going to invest Miyazaki got the pass? If you don't know that reference, there's a poo-poo. If you didn't watch the Miyazaki, like, he's shunning the child for making a video game that's zombie video game. And the child has super hurt feelings, and Miyazaki's like, there is no way. It is insulting and irreverent, and it's a crime against life and humanity. And he was a grown-up. And the child couldn't take it. And the child was 20. Context and daily pattern. The mundane level. Okay. This is the awful stuff. All right, I do my dishes. I brush my teeth. I bathe daily. I do good food. I eat well, right? I go get my coffee. I sleep. I get my laundry done on a regular basis. I go for my daily walk. I have a good base level exercise. I'm not unhealthy. Do I own any tampons, or am I folding my toilet paper to make a makeshift tampon? So there are blocks we all have around specific things in our life. Some people, it's about their teeth. Like, I don't want to brush my teeth twice a day, or just even once a day. Some people, it's about the dishes. Okay. Sometimes it's like the dishes don't ever get done. Some people, it's their laundry didn't get done for 3 weeks. So how do I integrate everything where it's a cyclical, fluid nature on a basic, solid, mundane level? So I need to make sure that I have my tampons. So that's where I'm at. Everything else, I'm kind of solid. Where do I measure myself? Not somebody else. I'm not criticizing or ridiculing anybody else ever. Where do I measure myself in my basic, hoed, malcouth, mundane, muggle life existence? Are my clothes clean? Am I wearing holy underwear? It's not a pun. Okay? Do I have my base, do I have clean clothes on for the day? Sometimes I override that. My biggest one is I have my down jacket that I go running in. Now I have to wash it every week. But it smells because I'm running in it. So it's like, and I'm wearing it over a sweatshirt. But the point is this, is like, can I keep a positive, cyclical, hoed, malcouth lifestyle that is just normal and grounded and healthy while I do all this other work? That's mandatory. It's mandatory because I'm going to wake up the next day. And I'm still going to have to learn how to master this. It does not go away. Hoed does not go away. All right. I am good at hoed. Or like I have a solid life at hoed. I have a, like, these are hoed, like, I'm fine there. I know my life. let me go this. Let's go back. I am good at hoed. I have a solid life. And now I've qualified it. This is now our context. When I can do my proper month moon ceremonies. Oh my God, I did not put those in my normal muggle existence. Okay, let's go back. When I know the moon, and I can do a candle, and I can do a bath, and I can do my cleaning, like I do my haircut, and I do my, like I do that, like my grooming, I take out my witch hairs, I cut my fingernails, I trim, like I groom at like my moon ceremony bath. And it should be lime. It should be lime if you're doing the Sacred Green Woman. It should be lavender if you're doing just a regular. Or if you're doing the Sephiroth initiation baths, it should be on the Sephiroth. When I can do my proper once a month moon ceremonies. And that means the home gets cleaned. Like the couch gets vacuumed. The floor gets vacuumed. Everything gets mopped. Okay. So I know I'm solid at hoed when I know I can also do my moon ceremony too. Monthly. If I'm not there, I know my hoed's off. I'm in at that point, I'm definitely in a 911 pattern. Okay. Next section. We're going to talk about seeding. What is seeding? Okay. Before I started this Kabbalah program, I watched a bunch of master classes. And every single one of those master classes have a never-ending impact on everything I'm saying today. Let's say that again. Every single masterclass that I watched, including Natalie Portman's, Anna Winters, Judd Apatow's, David Sedaris, Judy Bloom, every single one of them that I watched has an impact on what I say today, how I say it, how I frame everything. It is all taken into account and digested. Chris Voss also. Chris Voss nagged at my soul to do triple level self-reduction. And we needed that for Ravenclaw. Seeding. When you have that knowledge that every single thing I've ever read or watched or taken now is influencing everything I do, you are at that level responsible to branch out into new ventures and territories. So seeding is like education, dailies, and production. Let's review that. So we have masterclass, Archangel Kamail's masterclass review. So I used to go in and I would write it. We have TED Talks. So every single masterclass should be watched and every single TED Talk should be watched. And then we have Mind Valley Online. And we know that Mind Valley is watered down hipster work, and there might be a couple people like Jim Quick that are actually good. So in Ravenclaw, we should have already gone through 20 different spiritual teachers, and we have had enough with the redundancy of all of them. They're all redundant monkeys. They have very little creativity, and they are all in the same mediocre ballgame. So now we have to look toward Hode, facts and real data again, because we're Ravenclaw Ascended Masters instead of hippie spiritualists. Cat. All right, so we're going to talk about, we're going to go and we're going to review 2 different posts. And that will be kind of be our finale. And maybe we'll review some of the posts that maybe we'll do 3 posts. The one that we did today with Chris. Eris. I'm going to call him Eris. He does not like Chris. It's really awesome that that's how he introduced himself as, and there's just so much out there in the newspapers about it. That's cool. I'm going to learn everything psychically first. All right. This post is the one where it says, Lucifer, you took a single white rose from the queen's funeral pile and went. The queen had nothing. So it's him as Baby Yoda with his hand reached out. And it was from September 28th of this year, 29th from this year. So you can look in my photos if you want to pull it up on my Facebook. And it's Baby Yoda doing this while he's sitting on the moss. All right. So we're going to go over this post because it's important. Chris Pratt. Are we over ourselves enough to begin? Me. The way you are is beyond insightful. Chris Pratt. She's going to start doing my A&R work tomorrow. Me. So me and you and Lucifer will cover the past 2 days' conversation below with Odessa. Chris Pratt. And I am the silent voice in the background when we talk about the Dragon King test. So we do video, mental body 19, context, arrangements, longevity, planning coming up. And then the Ravenclaw has said tarot coming up. And then Aaron Sorkin. When do we get the solid script writing? Me. I'm going to review your masterclass again and anybody else and then begin. I did not even know why I was going to write those pieces to begin with. When I do a painting, I do it for a reason and with intent. Like, we'll sidetrack for a second. When I do a painting, I know I'm going to do my painting. There's a reason. It's not just haphazard. I'm not going to spend 30 hours drawing a certain thing unless it means something. Unless it's going to create a movement. I have to have an investment. So I'm definitely not going to write a script unless I have the same level of investment. Unless I understand why I'm going to do it. Chris Pratt, me and you are gonna review every single masterclass. Me, that's in the context and arrangements video. Chris Pratt, you have a chip on your shoulder. Me, stop it. Today I got my body to a solid state, ready for repair. And the opening grids are starting to feel like real magic, and I am tired. Chris Pratt, Lucifer does not say it, so I will. Me, that's what your astral self has created on this planet. And it's horrible. Fix it. Cannot even review the movies with me. Sad. What a waste of words. I deserve a chip. I have 3 things in my life and you have none. Aaron Sorkin, I don't even have a thing. Me, Marshall has a thing. Kelly has a thing. Lucifer attracted a lemon charm today for his wand. Lucifer, I am a lemon. If you try and make lemonade out of me, I'm gonna run. Do not think you're gonna make lemonade out of me. Chris Pratt needs to be there, and he is not. He is food. She never needs to make lemonade with what I send to her. And that's the quality of my wand. Or better. Chris Pratt, I'm still being turned into lemonade. Got it. Like. Lucifer, me and her are busy just making lemonade out of life. You need to be there, Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt, I can imagine the green woman and the raccoon saying that. Me, okay. Chris Pratt, I can start with the movies now. I have the Dragon King Jake Sully thing. Me, but you're only on day 8. And you have to own it. Aaron Sorkin, how do I make a movie a thing? Me, you die for it. I have a chip on my shoulder about it. Is that you flirting? Are we going to have a competition? Like masterclass is a competition? Spielberg. Hashtag Chris Pratt. Ha 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 ha. Are we going to do TED 2? Chris Pratt. Are you going to preach Chopin at me? Chopin at me? Me. You mean Schopenhauer? Oh, it's both. I don't even like Chopin that much. Quaint fairy dust nostalgia music. Aren't you supposed to help us build Ravenclaw anyway? We start the plight of classical philosophy this year. Chris Pratt. Ooh, when? Me, couple more months out. Chris Pratt, but you cannot even move your body. Me, getting on my feet. Chris Pratt, I know what broken Cora looks like. Can you even run yet? Me, almost. Do not tell me at Chris Pratt. Do not tell me about the opening gridding unless I'm doing it. Me, ew, you like Chopin. You can quote Chopin at me. I used to listen to it when I was in high school. Chris Pratt, that God, you are flamboyant. Me. Thank God. I starved to death because everyone made me into a wallflower. I have nothing left except for things. I'm looking for a miracle in you and it seems to not be there. I am Mr. Cellophane dancing through a street. Get over it. Chris Pratt, I am not your competition. Ew was your competition, or Elijah Wood was your competition. Me, who is your competition, Chris Pratt? What is your political answer? Chris Pratt, that is not rooted. Me, and that is why Marshall has a better clippeth. He knows his competition. Chris Pratt, I will pinpoint them. Me, I am not your competition. Me, Yoda is more shrewd and Luke, lofty ideals. Marshall, he lives on another planet. Chris Pratt, self-serving. Me, like sweet vanilla ice cream. I think I did enough damage servicing everyone else. Isla, not me. I am spent. I have room for the girls. You are much better than listening to Elijah. I wish you would get to second house proper. Chris Pratt, stop your typos. Me, my nervous system is collapsing. Chris Pratt, you are really gross to involve the children. Me, they chase me. You will never know anything like them. That is them. Chris Pratt, grave digging, also, you are with your yin. Me, I got my 8-mile hike today and a few script concepts dialogue up. That's like forward movement. Chris Pratt, are you trying to sound like Elle Woods to piss me off? Are you trying to sound like Elle Woods to piss me off? Me, that is our real relationship. There is nothing more, only A&R work and change. Chris Pratt, you lean in too much. Me, I am just a featherweight. Chris Pratt, superfluous you are. Me, yeah, yes, nailed it. Winner, good thought takes time. Good thought is a process and an exploration. Good thought is an art. Yes, I am superfluous. How superficial. Was that astral imprint message cheap or not cheap? Forget the outcome. I make my lemonade daily. When you take a swing at somebody, is it cheap or not cheap? It is cheap or not cheap. Ooh, I said something and Colin made it into genius. Like a child spilling milk on a painting. Can you imagine Einstein spilling a happy Einstein spilling a happy accident onto Odessa? Was that astral imprint message that I was superfluous, cheap or not cheap? And what did it cost you? Would you not like to be mindful like Lucifer? At least he looks like he is playing a tennis match to win. Do you see the paintings of Anubis? They look like he is in a tennis match to win. Chris Pratt, I have 40,000 hours of meditation to put in. Me. The scrap notebook of a math genius doing proofs is more valuable than your comment. Superfluous they are. Like a public akasha of Odessa in my thought process, priceless. Your comment, cheap. Me, I am literally known for my brain, Chris Pratt. Can you imagine Stephen Hawking training to become a ninja? I do not get excuses. I get Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt, there you are. Me, I'm going to go work on the Earthbender genome today. Lucifer, excuses. That's a bullet in the gut. Chris Pratt, I am not there yet. Me, I'm not allowed to send the astral imprint to anyone. Superfluous you are. That their existence is superfluous? They sucked the oxygen off the planet. Chris Pratt, that was your life is irrelevant. Black lives are not superfluous, but most of their lives are irrelevant. They do not even have anything. How many of them understand that that means nothing about money? And how do I get a Hermes paradigm mind into the hood? Misty, I have something. Me, yeah, you do. To have something, you are a billionaire in the eyes of God. Spielberg, I do not have something. Me, you could, that is a choice. Can you imagine Shakespeare? Actually, Shakespeare would understand having something. Shakespeare wrote plays about people having something. Me. And still at best, he was middle-range Netzach, but what a genius for the time. He was no Lao Tzu. He was an emo with a glow stick. But still, Shakespeare understood people having something. Chris Pratt. Oh, wait, me. Chris Pratt, will you quote Shakespeare at me? It should be up your alley. Chris Pratt. That is the real Cully Wren. She will even pay for it. Can anyone ask her mom why she has no more degrees? She would just get bored. Me. A chiropractic education would be worth it. So I will add that in. Isla will become a vet. Chris Pratt. If I was going to go back to school, I would become a chiropractor. Me. I need a more legal, formal healer's education with yoga and massage. Chris Pratt. When are we going to fit that in? Me. Someday. In addition to Chris Pratt, in addition to composing Odessa music, me, normal. Chris Pratt, that's the mental body 19 for Ravenclaw. Me, Einstein had issues quoting an existence of God. Can you imagine me wasting my breath trying to explain Odessa? Chris Pratt, double-edged sword Cully Wren. Chris Pratt, this is why I like you and all the oxygen is now different. Me, but it is not used up. Me, Odessa is the star of the show and she does not use up oxygen. Wes Anderson. I feel used up. Me. That is because you are not in my world and you are hanging around mediocre trolls. And you're supposed to be going into Ravenclaw. Me. Like Lucifer, being self-interested is just genius. Crowley, Kylo, genius, that showed up last night. That's in the mental body video. We already know that Chris Pratt's genius is superfluous you are. Double-handed cyclical I can do. Do not preach your new age wisdom at me. 8 is the number for Hode, which is still linear thought. Chris Pratt, I will understand that reference. Me, can you imagine me with DMT? How absurd. Someone else, genius. Period. How boring it is that I read that out loud. You should have gone to my Facebook and read it with me. We're going to talk about 2 specific, very specific things. 3 things. Chris Pratt's superfluous. Lucifer's lemon comment. And then Odessa's not using the oxygen. Because we're going to measure context. But what a wonderful note to end on. Can you imagine me with DMT? How absurd. Someone else, genius. I don't need DMT to prove spirit exists. My brain's already like an open black hole. I'm ISIS. I'm not against DMT. You understand? Ayahuasca, same thing. Okay. For me, it's like pot. How did I integrate cyclical reality? And like, can I ground spiritual thought into my physical existence? Because pot does cyclical reality integration. All right. So that would be my best period. All right. So we're going to talk about Odessa being the star of the show, but she never uses up oxygen. So Odessa, so I am Hermes Lilith, which is the Maleficent, which is Isis, okay? But Isis or Hermes Lilith has her own Maleficent. So that's Kelly and my shared Maleficent, and that's Mommy. She's in the spiritual world, but she's also an alien. So that's also Rava. She's whip smart. She is fabulous. And she's so cutting, concise, articulate, shrewd, kind, benevolent, problem solving. She is literally the star of the show, and it is important. And never does she use up any oxygen. She provides it. She is the opposite of a limelighter. She is fantastic to listen to, and all you would ever want to do is be her best friend. It's fabulous. Lucifer is kind of the same way. So Lucifer is like super vain, narcissistic, but it's because everybody else is a demon. So let's say this again. Lucifer's self-interest is genius. Let's say that again. It's context. Lucifer being self-interested is the best thing on earth because everyone else is dumb and a troll and demonic. So Lucifer is not psycho self-interested around Hermione. Lucifer wants to play. Lucifer being self-interested is one of the best things on earth. I would never put Lucifer down for being narcissist. Ever. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I just look the other way. That's not my issue in life. You see how he doesn't steal oxygen? Like Chris Pratt is stealing oxygen by assaulting me. And Marshall is like, nobody's ever gonna make lemonade out of even an astral imprint of mine for infinity. Like the idea, we're gonna talk about context for a second. Really important context. Chris Pratt gets made into lemonade and Marshall doesn't. And I'm gonna say this again. Chris Pratt is going to like read the newspaper articles for the last 6 months. He is being turned into lemonade and Marshall isn't. They are the same people in reality that they are on my Facebook. Marshall's wand is to never be made into lemonade. Like ditto. And Chris Pratt has bad press for the last 6 months because he's bizarro. Because he's telling me that I'm superfluous for thought. For thought processes. Chris Pratt doesn't possess thought processes. So his paradigm is like reverse demon. Hermes Lilith only has thought processes and is actually known for them. Why did I have this thought about this thought about this thought, and how does that even appropriate to this? And now can I teach because of it? So Chris Pratt sucked the oxygen out of the room to make a comment saying superfluous you are. Even if he's factually evident, it's out of context and completely reversed inappropriate. His comment is cheap and my thought process is priceless. My thought process is $1 million education and his comment is like hick. Redneck hick. Context matters. that fancy word, superfluous. Intelligentsia. I'm going to invite you to go find a song. I know. Some of you are like, I'm on YouTube already, and the idea of good. Okay, so I get it. Go pause it and then go to Spotify or YouTube and find G-Force by Joe Blankenberg. Because we need to understand Lucifer's self-interest genius. And you need to listen to this song. Joe Blankenberg vibrates at Lilith and Lucifer, so he's our tribe. Okay? So you need to know that also. He does the Luciferian choir. But that's his third eye. That's his third eye ear. He does that his third ear is Lilith and Lucifer level. Okay? He's our people. So listen to it. I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to listen to it and we're going to pause. So we're going to listen to it all the way through before we continue. Do you hear how it sounds like Batman? Because that's actually like who he is on the inside. It's a gangster song. It sounds really weird when I say gangster. Until I have my sticks in my hand and my hoodie up. Because I belong in Gabriel. I'm Archangel Kamael F. But I have to do this polished, refined version of myself. Because we have to teach Fleur Delacour, My Fair Lady. All right. So it's full-on adventure music. I am literally up against a reptilian system. I have zero ability to fail. Pro-establishment, die. That level. I'm going to break through the mold. There is almost nothing that the song doesn't say. Where it's like Lucifer's V. Like Lucifer's V. Absolutely. He is the Batman. He does not like it when I make fun of that statement. I'm supposed to let him own it completely without any irreverence. Yeah. Seriously. I'm not trying to dismiss it at all. It's just, there's the weird uncomfortableness. That's life. All right. So there is G-Force. Okay. Lucifer. It is gangster. Me. You are the Batman. Lucifer. Do you see why I had to be a musician instead of an actor? Me. Otherwise, it is just theft. Lucifer. Yeah, Wendy Lou. From myself. Me. Recursive. Lucifer. That is the context video lesson. Me. The better line was to end it at, otherwise it is just theft, and then slay. Okay, we're going to end it there. Lucifer's Peter Pan. He's the guy with the flute that actually has the demon horns and then is the goat man. So he is Pan. He is a musician. He is the musician. And Wendy, or Lilith, is the storyteller. Okay. So that's Peter and Wendy. So that's why he calls me Wendy Lou. So he doesn't know how to land a line, but he does know how to land a tune. Let me say that again. He does not know how to land a blow with the end of a line. He steals it from himself. Let's say that again. When he commented about stealing the line from himself, he was stealing the line from himself. Let me say that again. Let's repeat this line because this is verbal diarrhea 0. This is called writing education. Do you see why I had to be a musician instead of an actor? Because of that song, okay? Do you see why I had to become a musician instead of an actor? Me. Otherwise, it is just theft. Lucifer. Yeah, Wendy Lou. From myself. So, otherwise, it is just theft was the end of that conversation. We know that it would be Lucifer stealing it from himself. We already know that the idea, Lucifer steals things from himself. We get it. The point is that if Lucifer didn't choose to be a musician or the Pan in real life, he would have stolen from himself. Just like if I didn't choose to be a script writer, I would have definitely stolen from myself. I am the storyteller, okay? It doesn't get better than that in life. If Lucifer Peter Pan, did not choose to be a musician in his life, he would have stolen from himself. And if I did not choose to be a storyteller, I would have also thus stolen from myself. Period. And that is the context. We are self-realizing in our own existence. Wendy is mom. That's Kali Mom, the storyteller. The better line was to end it at, otherwise it is just theft. This is why I end a video on a punchline and I go, Kali Ren out. Because I know the end is like the punchline. The problem is that I would have ended at, otherwise it is just theft, and then gone, Kali Ren out, and then we have a meditation to do. So can't do that. All right, get ready. What? Oh no, oh no, poor little Chris Pratt got rolled over. Okay, so we gotta add him back in. This is his problem in life, is that he's not Wendy or Peter. He is the little brother. So he gets misplaced, like he gets thrown away. It's just sorry, it's just so sad. We have to make lemonade out of his life, and we're going to learn how to do that real quick. So he's Jake Sully. So he's like the guy that's in, there it is. We're going to look at the last post on my Facebook. And we're going to go, he is holding a baby velociraptor, and that's actually like the mirror prism. That's the better of his new child. And he is stuck in a reptilian marriage with reptile children. And this is why the newspapers are making lemonade out of Chris Pratt. And why we are at Jake Sully level, and why I'm getting death threats and open fire stickers. Man. Okay. So he asked me today, how do we take the offsetness of his short-term paralysis brain, where he's stuck as a reptile bomb trap, and then bring him into a long-term success path? Can we do that? He has so much karma. He's in second house right now. He's at Hufflepuff, and he's learning how to become a human for the first time. I keep saying humanity begins at Hufflepuff, at Tiferet, then it really begins at Gabera. Man, where you're like in the foxhole with your like 3 people just trying to survive. That's where real humanity begins. Where do we get Chris? Eris. So where do we get Chris or Eris from his reptile space? This is an issue around the planet. So we're going to not be self-interested narcissists. Maybe we can problem solve for others. Where do we get him out of his situation? When he refuses to take action in the forward momentum that is the logical train of action. And all I can see right now is minimizing his pain points for staying, or minimizing his pain, maximizing his pain points for staying and minimizing his pain points for leaving. He is actively choosing consciously to be a reptile bomb trap, and he refuses to get out of it. And I cannot, for the life of me, understand why he would make that choice. It puts the rest of his family in danger. So that's the first logical. It's more painful to continue to like breed a velociraptor. It will kill my other children. The more I continue to breed velociraptors, it endangers my other children times a billion. So that's the first logical space. Logic, pragmatism. Yep. The more I attach to the velociraptor reptile children, it also endangers the rest of my family. So maximizing the knowledge of pain points in a logical capacity. Understanding that it endangers every single friend or friend's child that is near or around. Becoming a complete societal, I don't want to say pariah, but like, it's like a back-ended demon. Like, I look fine up front, but when you get to know me, you realize you just walked into a nightmare. Like a and it's not like a nightmare even like Star had. It's like that was another nightmare. Like what I mean by nightmare, like a spirit, like a guru who wants to stick train you. Like, that's not a nightmare. That's a Shaolin monk. Like 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 Auntie Rara is not a nightmare just because she makes you do 5,000 things. Like, that's not a nightmare. That's an ascended master instructor. So like we're talking about like actual nightmare. So every single one of Chris Pratt's children's friends have to never be around his children because they are going to be sucked into a raptor trap. He will forever be a liability. He cannot socialize with any of the ascended masters in like a normal human way. They're always going to be doing like a when somebody's a drunk or a drug addict and you have to do an intervention, they will always be doing an intervention onto him. He will never be at a peer level, so he will always be listened to like he is a child. So he will never be in the mature space where he's the adult. He will always have... So how do I maximize the level of intelligence of the current short-term paradigm existence? He will continue to gain weight and probably have issues in his body because he's living dysfunctionally and untruthfully. He will never get past Gabriel, so he will always be running like super fear without any power. Because he's also exposed Tiferet, where you get crucified. So he'll never have like the real personal empowerment space. So he'll always feel like he's less than, and that's okay because he's gonna hang around his reptile baby velociraptor. And he's gonna take pictures that look like this because that's all I see online. Like the fake smile. And he will forever, at least in this lifetime, do you see how my face looks authentic and real and it's going like this? That's because it's very worrisome. So he doesn't have any context and longevity arrangements in his brain. Because he's sending me things like he wants to be Archangel Kamael, which is the head of Gryffindor. Things like he would like to be a director. That's not going to happen for an A-lister level movie, probably. Not at this space. He's doing posts online that says, "Where's Chris?" He is not in a daily behavior. He just did a movie that looked like he was Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's the level that he decided to sell himself to. He belongs down there instead of in a Chris Voss HBO award-winning show. And that his daily activity is more important than the long-term upgrades. I'm going to talk really quickly about this because it's the most concerning part. Chris Pratt killed Gryffindor and Ravenclaw by not showing up the last 4 months. And when he's begging, when he needs them and begs for them to help, they do not exist. Or they will be on their next reincarnation cycle. Because of his choices, he's not even making appropriate 911 survival choices. And that's the more concerning part. When you need help and it's not available because you killed it, he's killing Seraphim and Gryffindor right now with his choices. Because of his short-term needs or wants. And I want to say his short-term needs are like vanity validations. They're in like delusion spectrums. Like if I marry this person, I will upgrade in society, like that. So things that we, like lies that we tell ourselves that masters would not. Masters don't live like that. Like socialites live like that. Cat. He says in here, sometimes I am afraid to add my issues. You are required to add your issues because your issues are the same issues that everybody else has. Period. Not everybody else has, but a lot of people have. At some need. The problem is that this is a Ravenclaw mental body, and he is currently in second house. So the idea that he would install a context and longevity agreement video mental body is weird. But we'll still do it. All right. Is that enough? Did we cover Chris's issue enough? Do I have to focus on the fact that he wants to be a whore? And that he's willing to kill off all the future Gryffindors and Seraphims so he can choose the Cabal. Do you see how low this video got by adding in Chris Pratt's issues? Okay. All right. Time for meditation. We're gonna go up our spine from the pit of the clipith with our dragon tail. Maybe you guys have yours suctioned in already. We've been opening gritting to do that. Genius. Okay, so as you go up all of your vertebrae and your spine, little micro needles. Oh no. Oh, I gotta twist my body. You're gonna feel all the micro needles in your bones in your feet and all the different bones in your feet and all of your toes. In between, you're gonna see the micro needles going through all your joints, and then the plasmum, the pearlescent plasmum gels in all your joints. And the micro needles going through your knees. Through your hands, through all your bones in your hands, through your nails and your toenails, through your teeth. Get all the micro needles through all your teeth. You should start to feel prickly. Through your muscles. You see how I look a little bit older right now, and we've been through the ringer. Kelly and I look exhausted. So in two mental bodies, we're gonna clean that up. We're gonna go through a whole self-healing on just based like anti-aging because of all the new cellular metabolism. Yeah. To upgrade into the Ravenclaw frequencies is so different. It's severe. It's like somebody's saying, if I get 1 like on Facebook, it's exciting. I don't even think of anybody liking my stuff. I think of I'm a library. Like my Facebook's a library. Nobody's allowed to even do any. Kelly's allowed to do something. She's allowed to confirm she's read it. Okay, so through all our rib cages, you guys don't use Facebook the way I use Facebook. I am establishing it's the Akasha record of my life for the last 3 years. Then we get our eardrums. We're actually to the point where we can stick those little pins and needles at our hair follicles. That will be nicer. So then we'll definitely start getting there through our pores, through all our different skin layers. So all those pins and needles, get it all. So I'm into my thoracic vertebrae right now. It's where I feel it. And then you're gonna get it to where it starts to pin through your third eye. It definitely has to go up through your third eye. You're gonna realize how good you actually are at, and energetically is so different than you were at just in our last mental body video. Last year, in the other mental body videos, I know I'm dating it, but that's okay. We were like in the pit of hell trying to like climb out. And now we're okay. Kind of. So we covered like 50 layers of context and longevity arrangements. Everybody's unique. I shouldn't even have to say that. The point is like we covered all these different angles of how we're supposed to look at our life and how we're supposed to look at our daily schedule and like how we choose to expend our energy. And let's remember the magical images. That's the big thing. So for me, Chris Crit or Eris with the baby velociraptor on his back is my magical image. For me. Because then I know what's going on. And that's the truthful. That's sometimes there are truth magic images. So like Elijah with a knife in his hand doing that is also a magical image. And it's bloody. So there are magical images that we have that sometimes we have to set boundaries with images. Like, I don't have a magical image against Lucifer. That's the weird, like, that's the weird thing in life. And I have one against. I have one against Loki. And then we have all the dust pictures. And then I have one against Chris or Eris. I'm going to keep calling him Chris by accident because I just go Chris Pratt, Chris Pratt, Chris Pratt, Chris Pratt. Even if it's Aries. Cat. You should feel it branching through all your neural system in your brain. And then popping through. Popping through your head. And then building up. And then building down. And then we're going to go expand times 50. How do I build that times 50? And then we're going to put 50 layers of plasma, Petri plasma, lasagna on our egg. And then we're going to drop our Mental Body 19 Context and Longevity Charm with all our magical images. And we're going to drop that into our Petri dishes in our mental bodies. So you're going to feel it pouring in. And then we're going to put that Grow Organically with Time Charm on top of that. And then you're going to remember your first 4 magical images. Mine's the pregnant yoga teacher, the 80-year-old martial artist, the scripts I'm handing to Aaron Sorkin, and then me doing a reprise or rewrite or edit of my favorite song, or one of my favorite songs. So those are my magical images. All of a sudden, I made the composition, like starting from scratch, seem accessible. So just that. How my mind perceives something is everything in life. If I do not perceive the ability to do or accomplish something, I kind of bypass it or so it exists outside my paradigm of intention, even if it's a cultural norm. So we're gonna put access points to our magical image. We're gonna spray. I want to call it Lilith charm. We're gonna that repello muggletum, or a bunch of the white X's or white crosses. A lot of that on those, and then the repello squibtum, which is that the floating red jellyfish in the sky that they're all like clawing after those magical images. Is that like what Harry Potter gets taken down by, or like the repello squid? Like stuff like that. Yeah, that's a really cool that's a very cool art download for your right brain. You see him drowning underwater and he's being taken out by the Grindylows. And it looks like the repello squibtum charm. And it actually makes him go, Ascendio! And then he does. And that's even funnier. It's genius. So it's like a right brain accident download. So we have our 4 magical images, and they're layered in the repello muggletum and repello squib. And now we're going to spray it with grape jelly. Now we're going to spray grape jelly all over our body, over this mental body. So we're going to keep it in the long term. Remember, it's the Shaddai al-Chai. So these magical images will stay with us in our next lifetime. Okay. So now we're going to go that 50 layers out again for what we just did. Up, forward, back, and then down. And you should feel a level of like earth integration in between the purple layers. It's like a mossy earth. Yeah. All right. Next, let's put in that Gryffindor charm, the lava, the cayenne lava, Salvio Hexia lava, the Gryffindor lasagna with the blue paste at 50 layers, cleaning everything out. Everything that is not at that level or higher. And 50, I love that Gryffindor lasagna. It's genius. And then we got this. Our beautiful Ravenclaw, the 50 layers of pearlescent Salvio Hexia lasagna with the cobalt Ravenclaw blue inlays. The blue, the 50 layers up of that, up, out, back, and down. Now we're gonna ask you, do we need any like mental body seals? There might be like a aloe gel that will come in. Avocado and aloe gel. We're gonna have to do the Ophanim grid. That Ophanim video will be tomorrow. That will be posted. So we're gonna get the aloe gels, and that will come through, like allow. You should feel it beneath your feet. You should start feeling good. I'm gonna remind myself every single mental body that we did, it goes into our subconscious 100%. So it makes a huge difference what we install versus what we didn't install. All right. Now we're going to ground it out with earth element. And then we're going to ground it in with water element. And air element. So we're definitely in the air element. And then fire element. We're doing good there too. Ooh, awesome. Then we go ether and our spirit go. We're gonna fill the rest of the egg in there, and we're gonna start to feel kind of complete and whole. Oh my goodness, I feel whole. I can. Say it again. I can. So we're revisiting Yesod key. I can do things. All right. Kali Run out.